and gentlemen, welcome to the Central Harbourfront event space Hong Kong, China. Here on Bohemia Court, for game number 32 of the second edition of the WBSC Baseball5 World Cup between Mexico and Chinese Taipei.
Representing the visiting team of Mexico are the starting players: number 12, Yair Ochoa; number 26, Valeria Sanchez; number 20, Luis Bencomo; number 25, Valeria Sarmiento; number 57, Alexandra Frias, and the rest of the players are: number 1, Javier Santos; number 4, Omar Lopez; number 2, Aurea Fernandez; the head coach, Orlando Valle Alvarez, and coach, Anabella Vergara Sanchez.
Represent the home team of Chinese Taipei are the starting players. Number 47, Xin Ji Teiwa. Number 1, Sei Yu Ying. Number 42, Qiu Chu. Number 17, Choi Yi Hong. Number 6, Qiu Yi Leng. And the rest of the players are number 56, Li Chun Sun. Number 7, Chong Yi Yun. Number 5, Chao Chi Yin. The head coach, Yin Yi San. The coach, Li Pu Yu. The officer of this match are hockey officer Irina Dieva from Bulgaria. First base officer Elisa Ciccoli from Italy. Second base officer Wang Ji-Peng from Hong Kong, China. The table officer Lohija Hadli from Malaysia.
各位先生、女士們，現在大會即將會播放墨西哥國歌，請大家起立及肅立，面向國旗，並隨舞致敬。Ladies and gentlemen, please rise of the anthem of Mexico. 請大家保持站立。現在會播放中華台北會歌 and the anthem of Chinese Taipei. 咁大家坐下 ，please be seated. Thank you.
Welcome back to the second series of the Baseball5 World Cup in Hong Kong, China. Here we have in the Bauhinia court is the Super Round. The first game of the Super Round, having Mexico playing against Team Chinese Taipei. Both teams finished third after the opening round, and today is the first day of the opening round of the Super Round, and the top three teams in both groups is going to compete in the Super Round, and the rest of the teams are going into placement rounds. The starting lineup for Mexico. And we also have starting lineups for Taipei. So still waiting. Mexico will have Yahara Ochoa leading off, Valeria Sanchez hitting second, Luis Bencomo hitting third, Valeria Sarmiento hitting fourth, Alexandra Frias hitting fifth. So after the opening round, the current standing in Group A is Cuba leading with 5 wins, coming close with Venezuela, Chinese Taipei. So these three teams are going to compete in the Super Round versus Group B, leading with Japan, France, and Mexico. What a hit by Yahara Ochoa, getting their first base runner. And there's a second hitter coming up. Valeria. Slow tapper to the right side, moving the runners along. So as we go into the Super Round, roster for the starting lineup for Team Mexico has changed a little bit. We've seen Javier Santos and Irma Lopez starting in the opening round, and in this first game they sub in using 3 females in the first set and 3 males in the second set. So in Baseball 5 we need to have 2 gender of each in each set. Either have 3 males on the first set, or either have 3 females in the first set, and you have to switch out in terms of the 3 females for basically the other gender in the second set. So it was a quick inning in the first top of the first. Chinese Taipei has put up some good defensive plays. There's a straight line drive to the third baseman. Recorded the second out, with Chu Chen at the plate for Chinese Taipei. Went to the left side, gives Chinese Taipei their first base runner. Tapper to the left side, caught by the pitcher position. Was unable to make any plays. Runners advance to first and second. With Chewy Ling coming up. Step at the third, step at base, get the last out, and that's a quick first inning for both teams. And we'll be expecting a very close game here this morning between Mexico and Chinese Taipei. Both teams pose a really nice threat to the reigning champion, Cuba, in the opening round. They lead Cuba in set once, and Cuba pulled off 2 comeback at the 5th inning to win the games. And we're now at 28 degrees here at Balhinia Court, and the weather has been really cooperating during these 4 days of games, and hopefully it will do the same for the next 2. So tapper to the pitcher. Xie Yuling make the play at first. 1 away. While this game is going on, and on the other side of the court, we have Australia playing against South Africa at Asia's World City Court. That's a base hit for Team Mexico. Oh, it looks like it hits the back fence. There's an out. Tsinghua coming up at the plate. Gonna make a play off the fence. No play at all. So first base runner for Chinese Taipei. Xie Yuying coming up. Slow tapper to the left side. Great play by Team Mexico, getting it out at first. Runner on second, bouncing off the fence, turns to third, not in time. And player at fence is second. So we got runners on second and third. So in Baseball 5, runners are not allowed to slide head first or feet first anyhow. So it's not uncommon to see slightly collisions on the base path all while the tag play is happening. Oh, it's a call out. On the hitter. So we're back with runners at second. Tu Yu Hao coming up. The hit goes through the middle. Attack play at home. Good to make it. So that's a 1-1 lead for Chinese Taipei. Taipei heads on going. Routine play to shortstop, making the last out. So Chinese Taipei puts on the board 1-0 at the bottom of the second. So Chinese Taipei leads 1-0. for Chinese Taipei to start off the top of the third. So coming into the super round, all teams are going to fight for the top 2 places to get into the championship game. And there's another out for Team Mexico. And teams that finish 3rd and 4th is going to their bronze medal game on Saturday. Caught on the fly, first baseman making the last out. We're coming to the bottom of the third with Chinese Taipei still leading 1-0. Eat the throw. There's a drop at first baseman. Back to the base hit for Chinese Taipei. Start their eating. Xu Yuting again to play. Tapper to the right. Trying to move the runner along. 1 out. For a runner on second. Chin. Big windup. Hit it to the right side. Fumble by second baseman. And it keeps on advancing to second base while Team Mexico is trying to go for a timeout, which was not granted in time. So we got base runners on second and third. That's a nice catch by the pitcher position for Team Mexico, getting it out on the first. We get 2 out. Chinese Taipei scores on the play. So Chinese Taipei is now leading 2-0. It's set 1 of our game 32 here at Baseball 5 World Cup in Hong Kong, China. As an automatic out, Chinese Taipei. So there's a few ways that an automatic out will be recorded in Baseball 5. We'll be seeing a couple in this game. So we can see a gray triangle is the no-hit zone. So we have to hit over that zone, land inside the infield to be a solid or valuable hit. Another way to get out automatically is a straight line drive to the back to the fence or sailing off the fence. So that's an automatic out. So there's no foul ball, no strikes, no ball in Baseball 5. That makes the game so much quicker. Nice catch by Xu Yuting. Top of the fourth. Going back to the top of the order, Harbourfront. That's a play at first. Another out for Team Mexico. Valeria Sanchez at the plate. Backhand toss from Chinese Taipei. It's Not in time, so there's the first base runner for Team Mexico at the top of the fourth. With Luis Mencomo. Blocked by the shortstop. And there's a violation on the hitter's side, so there's an automatic out again for Team Mexico. Going back to the bottom of the fourth, a tapper. A tapper from Shi Ting-hua, actually the first base runner for Chinese Taipei. Shi Ting, another tapper to the left side, and it's out at first. Still being able to move the runner ahead. So we got base runner on second. And the last three at bats for Xie Yuting. She was trying to move the base runners, which she did. Chu Chen up at the plate with the big windup. Off the fence and caught by Team Mexico. Wasn't able to make any plays. Runner on first and second. The Chinese Taipei, if they'll be able to pull off another hit for Chinese Taipei. It would be a great chance for the Chinese Taipei to extend the lead in this situation. You got bases loaded. Chu Yi-ling at the plate. 1 out. Tapper to the right side, and it's a tag. There's 1 out for Team Mexico, but 2 runs scored on the play. Heads up base running. Chinese Taipei scored another 2. Makes it 4-0. So we're heading back to the top of the order. Shi Ting-hua hitting for Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei did extend their lead, and at the bottom of the fourth, another slow tapper to the left side. Team Mexico not able to make any plays there. So there's another hit for Chinese Taipei. And Xie Yuting coming up at the plate. Would not be any sacrifice hit. Who have to hit it through, and she did. Tapper through the middle, and then a good relay recovery throw by Team Mexico, getting the runner at home. Makes it the last out. Nice catch and a gentle tag. So we're going into the 5th inning with Chinese Taipei leading 4-0. Mexico needs to score at least 5 to stay alive in this game. Set 1 of game 32 here at Valkynia Court. So Mexico getting ready to take their last chance at this set 1 game. Caught by the throw stop in time. Great play by Chinese Taipei. Another ball finds the shortstop. Gets put out at first. It's 2 away for Team Chinese Taipei. 1 more out to take set 1 against Team Mexico. Ocha, the leadoff hitter, trying to get on base and get this alive. Called by the third baseman. Turn out at first. So that's it for set 1. Team Chinese Taipei takes set 1, playing against Team Mexico in the first game of the Super Round Baseball 5 World Cup here in Hong Kong, China. So in a few seconds, we'll come back and resume set 2 of the game between Mexico and Chinese Taipei in this Super Round Baseball 5 World Cup Hong Kong 2024. Welcome back to set 2 of the Super Round. Team Mexico playing against Team Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei takes set 1, and now Mexico going to start off the game 2. And there's an out first. So over on the other side, we got Australia playing against South Africa at the Asia's World City Court, which South Africa beats Australia, getting their first win in this tournament. Great shot to the left side. There's 1, not in time. So we got Javier Santos playing in most of the set 1 games. We got Luis Bencomo. Ball bounced off the infielder, and it makes it an automatic hit. So in this set 2, we got both teams having 3 males on the field. Versus the first set, they got 3 females on the field. Diving catch by Team Chinese Taipei, making out in second, and an attack play at home. It's the double play. great tapper by Team Chinese Taipei. It was supposed to be a catch, but the ball just rolled off the first baseman's hand and going towards second, getting the first out, and then a great throw back home, making a tag play, getting the last out of the inning. So Mexico fails to score in the top of the first with a runner on base, and now Chinese Taipei is coming up. Xi Qinghua leading off. They clearly hit. And with aggressive base running, gets himself up to second. Xie Yuying coming up. Tapper. Out at first. And after 3 days of Baseball5 World Cup here in Hong Kong, China, players have been adjusting to day games and night games since during the day temperature is a little higher and players have been noticing the baseball is a little softer to throw. It's different than the nighttime when the baseball is a little more solid, it's colder. Makes it an easier throw when you're trying to make a throw. Super Chinese Taipei hitting, and it went off the fence. So there's another out for Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei puts on the board, bottom of the first. So leading Mexico 1-0. Hard catch by Team Chinese Taipei. Turns into an out at first. So tap it to the right, trying to beat the throws, not in time. So 2 away for Team Mexico. Looking at set 1, Team Mexico actually only have 2 hits during the game. Playing against Team Chinese Taipei. Having 11 hits in the first game. So that's a hit for Team Mexico. The ball through the middle. Runner advances. Now we got runner second and first. Vilera Sarmiento playing in both games. Catch by Xi Ying, and that ball just popped out of her hand. And a good recovery play by the teammates trying to stop Mexico from scoring. And we've got bases loaded. To the middle, easy out at second. Another chance for Team Mexico. But they failed to score with bases loaded. Chu Ying at the plate. She's going 0 for 4 the first game. Another out for her. So it's 1 out. Bottom of the second. Back to the top of the order. Shi Ting Hua hitting 4-5. First inning. And he beats the throw. And out of hit. Shi Ting Hua. Let's see how close that play is. So, yeah, it was close. That was definitely close. And we got Xie Yuying. Hits it, gets it in a no-hit zone. You can see the frustration from her right away. She knew it. And makes the second out. So it has to land inside the court. So we can see if you're hitting the baseball and the ball lands in the right red zone or the gray triangle, it will be an automatic out. There's another out. Chinese Taipei. So that's a straight line drive at the fence. So that's an automatic out. So after 2 innings, Chinese Taipei still leads 1-0. Lopez at the plate, leading off for Team Mexico. Hard drive for the left side, bouncing off the fence, making a throw. Not in time. Little celebration. Great defense by Team Chinese Taipei. It looks like Omar Lopez got some wheels on him. We got Javier Santos. Again, through the left side. Violation at the plate. See that foot that goes slightly off the box. Great call by the field officials. So there's 2 outs. Oh, there's 1 out. My apologies. We got Luis Bencomo. To the left side. Trying to double play. Is it now at second? Runner at fence. Is the tag on? Looks like somebody. Looks like they got into a little injury. Both the players are limping. Let's see. That's an out. And Team Mexico trying to advance. Second base, and they got a little collision. Their knee just rammed into each other. So we gotta take some time off. Medical staff is coming in and taking care of both players. Just hope they're okay. You can see from this angle, it's just a slightly collision there. Bencomo trying to get out of the way, trying to get that knee out of the way, but it's not in time. So we take some time off, and let's hope for the best for the players. After some medical help, let's hope they get back on the field. It's good to see everybody's okay, getting back on the field. So we got Valeria Sarmiento at the plate. A kick start for Team Mexico. So this is the top of the third. And Sanchez, another automatic out for Team Mexico. It is straight off the fence. Since the start of this two-game set, Team Mexico has not scored. That was their 8th inning in this game. They have not been able to score any playing against Chinese Taipei. It looks like there will be a substitution on the Chinese Taipei side. And the team officials are having a little talk with a few officials. Ready to go. We got Chung Ji-yoon coming in. Through the middle. Catch by the pitcher. So one away from Team Mexico. Xu Yi-ling at the plate. Out at first. Routine play made by Team Mexico. Makes it 2 out. We got Lee Chen-Kun replacing Shi Qinghua. And then we got Xie Yu-ying again. Let's see if she will be doing another tapper to move the runner away. But she did, but it's 2 out ready, so that she'll be the 3rd out of the inning. We don't see Xie Yu-ying hitting the ball hard through the left or right side. Most of the time she'll be slow tapping to either side to get away. And after 3 innings, Chinese Taipei still leads 1-0. Base hit to start off the inning for Team Mexico. Valeria Sanchez got a base. Got like a clean catch off the fence. Like Mexico is getting a substitution. So we still have Valeria Sanchez at first. It's a first base runner. Heading back to the top of the order. Omar Lopez. Hard shot to the left. Bounce off the 3rd baseman, Xie Yu-ying. Trying to make a play, but not in time. Your base runners, 1st and 2nd. See if Mexico can get on the board after these 2 sets. Hit through the middle, move the players around. And other bases loaded situation for Chinese Taipei. And in the last set, Team Mexico has 2 bases loaded situation and was not able to score any So we got no out, and this time double play for Team Chinese Taipei. And Team Mexico scores their first run in their game playing against Chinese Taipei. And the game comes to a 1-1 tie with 2 outs. There's a base runner on third. Slow tapper goes short up, making it out at first. Solid defense by Team Chinese Taipei. So the score comes to a 1-1 tie between Chinese Taipei and Team Mexico. Going in at the bottom of 4th. Yu Hall getting ready in the batter's box. Just now had a collision with Ben Como. There's a hard shot. Third baseman makes it a base hit for Chinese Taipei. Chinese Taipei takes first set against Team Mexico earlier. And if they win this set, they will be winning this whole set against Team Mexico. There's an automatic out for Team Chinese Taipei. Xu Ying had a violation hitting at their no-hit zone. So now we're coming back to the top of the order. Li Qingshen. Hard hit ball from the right side, deflected off the pitcher, and the ball got thrown around and sails off the fence. So that gives Chinese Taipei another run, taking the lead in the bottom of the 4th on a wild throw. So like we said earlier during the day, that baseball is a little harder to throw because it's a little softer, it's a little hotter. So you might not be able to throw that as easy. But that's line drive caught by Ben Como. And it stops the bleed and keep the score 2-1. Chinese Taipei leads. Now we're heading back into the top 5th inning in the super round game between Team Mexico and Chinese Taipei. The first hitter did not beat the throw on this first play, and it looks like it's a very close play, but a few officials going it out, so there's a first out for Team Chinese Taipei. Mexico would need to score at least 2, or at least 1, to stay alive in this game. Hard shot to the left, aggressive base running, trying to advance to second, but it stays at first. Almost a clean catch by Team Chinese Taipei. Javier Santos at the plate, soft toss to the right side, good read at the field. There was no position players over at the right side of the field for Chinese Taipei on this play. And Javier Santos saw a gap over there and tossed it over to the right side to make it a base hit. So Chinese Taipei calls timeout, which is a very good time to call, because they need to keep Team Mexico down to win this set. So Chinese Taipei is 2 outs away from getting this set and winning this series against Team Mexico. So not long after this game, there will be a game between China and Hong Kong China over at Asia World City Court, playing their placement round. Both finished 5th in their group, and they will keep on going with the placement rounds for the rest of the day. And tomorrow we will have our finals and bronze game on Saturday. There's a foul ball called on the field, so there's an out for Team Mexico. Clearly the field officials are saying it's a foul ball. Let's see, it kind of get out of the screen, or we can't see it here very clearly. But let's see if Team Mexico is going to appeal again. Will the field officials come in and do a little meeting on that? Let's see from this angle. It looks like it's landing very close to the line, but we cannot see very clearly from any angle. So the field calls stance, so there's an out. So in Baseball 5, there's a few ways to get out, like we said. You either hit it into the no-hit zone, which is the gray triangle in front, or the red area over at the side where the base path was. So you have to hit it inside. One chance, no foul ball, no strikes. If you sails the ball over the fence, hit it straight to the fence, it's an automatic out. So there's 2 outs for Team Chinese Taipei, 1 more out away from winning this set. Looks like this will do. And that ends set 2 between Team Chinese Taipei and Team Mexico. And Chinese Taipei beats Mexico 2 sets straight to win this series. So Team Chinese Taipei was the 3rd place in Group A, playing Team Mexico, which is also the 3rd place in Group B. And after 5 innings, Chinese Taipei beats Mexico 2-1 in this set, makes it 2-0 for Chinese Taipei. It's a sweep for them at Team Mexico. So in around 30 minutes, another game in the super round. We'll be playing here at Baseball Court, Hong Kong, China, which is the game 34 in this 2nd edition of Baseball 5 World Cup Hong Kong, China, between Venezuela and France. Stay tuned.
represent the home team of China Taipei. Chinese Taipei are the starting. And then have head coach Yang Yi-san, coach
Tu Yu Hao coming up. The hit goes through the middle. Attack play at home. Good to make it. So that's a. So we got base runners on second and third. That's a nice catch by the pitcher position for Team Mexico, getting it out on first. Tapper to the right side, and it's a tag. There's one out for Team Mexico, but 2 runs scores on the play. Been adjusting to day games and night games since during the day temperature is a little higher, and players has been noticing the baseball is a little softer to throw. It's different than the nighttime when the baseball is more, it's a little more solid. It's colder, bases loaded situation, and was not able to score any. So we got no out, and this time double play for Team Chinese Taipei. And Team Mexico scores their first run. Li Ching-shen. Hard hit ball from the right side, deflected off the pitcher, and the ball got thrown around and sails off the fence. So that and after 5 innings, Chinese Taipei beats Mexico 2-1.
I love it. They were here yesterday. It was so nice and loud. And all the kids were here. It was so great. It was fun. Nighttime was a little better. Yeah. Daytime, I wouldn't want to. No. But I'm telling you, yesterday was the cloud. Yeah, but the weather's overrating. Big time. Big time.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Central Harbourfront Event Space, Hong Kong, China. Here on Bohemia Court for game number 34 of the second edition of the WBSC Baseball5 World Cup between Venezuela and France. Representing the visiting team of Venezuela are the starting players. Number 13, Luis Marquez. Number 22, Humberto Molina. Number 10, Jose Alvarado. Number 18, Genesis Gonzalez. Number 5, Yoelis Colina. And the rest of the players are number 14, Aleiber Martinez. Number 9, Jocelyn Sosa. Number 21, Maribel Diaz. The head coach, Leobaldo Zorrilla, and coach, Ángel Delgado.
Representing the home team of France are the starting players. Number 6, Omar Diodin. Number 7, Nasser Pleju. Number 2, Yuka Deju. Number 1, Amina Saleh. Number 4, Bukhar. And the rest of the players are number 8, Lena Saleh. Number 5, Jab Al-Umar Pujan. Number 3, Fabian Halesier. The head coach, Stephen Lefardu, and coach, Lassen Bakamida.
The official of this match are home base official Brian Maniaki from Kenya. First base official Tony Rose from USA. Second base official Rahata Kami from Malaysia. Third base official Hong Wai Chun from Hong Kong, China. Table official Tan Jin Yi from Hong Kong, China. 各位先生、女士們，而家大會即將會播放委內瑞拉國歌，請大家站立及肅立，面向國旗並隨舞致敬。Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Venezuela. 請大家保持站立，即將會播放法國國歌《And the Anthem of France》。
be seen. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome back to Bauhinia Court, the main event in Hong Kong, China, the super round of the WBSC Baseball5 World Cup, and a big matchup this morning between Venezuela and France. France is the only newcomer to the super round. That's right, 5 of the 6 nations that were in the super round at the first Baseball5 World Cup back in 2022 in Mexico City have returned. France is in this time. Tunisia, a nation that was in the super round in 2022, did not qualify this year because of a head-to-head loss to France. So France has earned the right to be here, and we will see just how far this run can go for the team that didn't even win the European Championship. In fact, they were the runner-up to Lithuania at the European Baseball5 Championship, but they have found another level, and they'll need to stay in that gear today against a Venezuela team that has looked as good as anybody here so far. Venezuela 4-1. They nearly beat Cuba in 2 sets, but Cuba wound up winning both sets by just a run. So Venezuela's 4-1 in the tournament so far. As you see, our international officiating crew, Brian Maniecki, will be effectively the crew chief at home plate, Tony Jones at first base. And we are ready to begin right on time, and we're happy to have you with us on GameTime.sport around the world, as Marquez is going to get the game started and making out to get the game started. This is officially the second game of the super round. Chinese Taipei beat Mexico in straight sets this morning. Marquez didn't clear the no-hit zone, light gray area in front of the batter's box. That's why he was out. Nice catch for third base. Don't take this France team lightly. They are here to win. And that's a great catch by, I think, one of the best young players France has. That's Nathan Clego. And a little bunt that doesn't clear the no-hit zone. So Venezuela 3 up, 3 down, a 3-ball, top of the first. No score with France coming up. We come back. Perhaps one of the biggest reasons why France has made it to the super round, the addition of Omar Diaden, who leads off the bottom of the first inning, beaten to first by the throw. Oh, that is a close play. But Diaden out by a half a step, and now Clego. He'll be followed by Lucas Dudieu, Amina Talib, and Amba Bouard, as France has elevated a number of its players from the World Cup last year, the Youth Baseball5 World Cup, to the senior edition this year. In fact, 3 players consecutively, Clego, Dudieu, and Taleb, all participated in Turkey last year at the youth edition of the Baseball5 World Cup. And now 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning as the play is made over at first base. Probably the early morning, not probably, it is the early morning in France. And those of you that have gotten up to tune in, certainly appreciate having you with us. Late night, meanwhile, in Venezuela. Happy to have you with us, too, as we play a scoreless first inning in this second game of the super round from Hong Kong, China. Genesis Gonzalez leading off for Venezuela. The left-hander, you don't see a ton of left-handed baseball 5 players. I mean, obviously the odds are against that. Fewer left-handers than righties in the world at large. But most teams, I don't ever think I've seen a team that has more than one left-hander in the starting lineup. Here's Yoelis Colina hitting it on the ground to third. The underhand flip from Clego. And as big an addition as Diaden has been to France, I think Clego has looked to be the second best player for them at this tournament. Wasn't even always in the starting lineup at the beginning of the week, but pretty impossible to ignore how well he's been playing. So he is very much in the starting lineup here. And how do you like this? 2 innings in, and Venezuela is yet to reach base. That time Marquez bouncing out to third base. We had a little respite from the sun and from the heat yesterday, but boy, are they both back in full force today. Especially as we approach midday. The temperature right now in Hong Kong, China, 84 degrees Fahrenheit, which probably doesn't mean a whole lot to most of the world. But it's 29 degrees and expected to get up to and maybe go a little bit beyond 30. Feels like 31 when you factor in the sunshine and the humidity. I think that's on the low end. It is sizzling hot out there. We'll see if stamina plays a factor today. Hard hit ball by Diaden. Collision at first base. Diaden was out. He comes in hard to first. And you see he's on the inside of the base. Honestly, he shouldn't be. That is an out. Look at that ball control. Diaden often is running on the inside of the foul line. Most players run in the red on the other side of the foul line, and the game is designed for players to run on that side of the foul line. There's a safe zone, and that's where the actual base is that the runner's supposed to step on. So Diaden, I don't think is in the right to be running on that side of the line. And maybe that's something that ought to be addressed with the French national team. Make sure the players are running on the proper side of the line. He's just too big to be running that hard in the area where he's not supposed to be. That's the fielder's side of the baseline. And it's an issue that hasn't ever really popped up in Baseball 5 before. But I just don't like that play at all. And I noticed that in the first inning, he was running on the inside of the baseline. And it was a narrowly avoided collision. Maybe something that the officials will address. Obviously, he's not trying to injure anybody. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's just that he's running so fast and he's so big and strong that anytime you get involved in a collision with somebody who's that big, that strong, and moving that fast, it's not going to end that well. And let's just give a lot of credit to Genesis Gonzalez, who's given all the time she needs to shake that one off. It's going to take a minute because she went down hard, but she wants to stay in this game. But we will resume with 2 outs in the bottom of the second inning. Ball up the middle, and notice where the runner Clego was. He was in the red in the foul side of the first base line. That's doing it the right way. One on with 2 outs. Ball on the right side, flip to second, safe. Marquez, the shortstop, didn't have his foot on the bag when he made that catch. The out that ends the inning. We played 2 complete, still no score, and what looks to be a very evenly matched second game of the Super Round. Done with a little fumble. So the leadoff batter aboard for Venezuela. That's the first runner aboard for Venezuela. And now it's going to be Jose Alvarado. Alvarado out at second. Genesis Gonzalez. That one did not clear the no-hit line. So 2 away. Just the runner on first, and Yoelis Colina is going to try and extend the inning. Tries the bunt, third base side. Good throw, nice catch. And that will be the last out of the top of the third. This looks to be a low-scoring game, and I think when you get to the Super Round, you can expect to see a lot more low-scoring games. We told you about the straight-set victory for Chinese Taipei over Mexico. That was 4-0 and then 2-1. That 2-1 game was really tight, really well played. Ruard leading off. She left early. Foot left the box before she hit the ball. So she makes the out to start the bottom of the third. That 2-1 second set win for Chinese Taipei. That game was tied 1-1. Going into the 4th inning. That throw didn't matter because the call had been made in the batter's box. And now we'll see Dioden batting for the first time since his last trip when there was that big collision at first. He hits about 65 miles per hour. Hits this one on the left side and is safe. So a 2-out, or rather a 1-out base runner for France, and now it will be Quego. That's a fair ball. No, it's a foul ball. Just outside that third base line. Oh yeah, more than just a little bit outside. 2 gone now, still just the runner on first. Might we go to the 4th inning with no score? And a flip to second, and that'll be the last out of the inning. We'll go to the 4th with no score. We go back to it, top of the fourth, no score, getting into the late innings now. And so tight, the fielding has been so good. Some frustration for Marquez, who has yet to reach base safely. He got the night off last night. Venezuela took on Hong Kong, China, and they rested some of their best players. And still, despite that, they won 15-0 in the first set. It was a different story in the second set, though. That was a tight game, 4-4 into the bottom of the fifth. That's when Venezuela walked off with a win. This time, a little bobble, safe at first. Humberto Molina on first base. Safe. Got his toe on the base just in time. That one's gonna kick around in the corner. And here we go. This is the first time in this game that a team has had 2 runners on. We've seen multiple base runners, but never 2 at the same time. Gonzalez to the left side, moves the runners to second and third. They stomp on first for the out. That's Brouard at first base making the play. So here it is, the best chance yet for either team to score. Noelis Colina, Baseball 5 veteran. She was at the World Cup in Mexico City. Big spot. Ball in play. On the knees in time. So Venezuela leaves 2 in scoring position. And we go to the fourth, still scoreless. Only the 30 seconds between innings. Taleb leads off, good bunt. And the ball dropped at first base. We have not seen many misplays of any kind. Again, you saw Taleb sort of running on the gray side of the first baseline. Something we'll keep an eye on. Good job to get the lead runner. That's a fantastic play. Molina did not hesitate. Hard hit. Fair ball, off the wall. Throw goes to second. That was a very smart throw. No chance to get the man at first. So you see the throw goes to second, and maybe you catch that runner with a wide turn, but credit Brouard, she kept her foot planted on the base. Now France, for the first time, has 2 runners on. Venezuela going to switch around the defenders. Did they take the timeout? I believe they did. Each team gets 1 timeout per set. This is the chance for Venezuela to figure out the plan. The batter's going to be Cuego. to it, because at the bottom of the fourth inning, if France scores, Venezuela will have to score in the fifth. That would be set one to the French. Big moment for young Nathan Clago. He hits it hard. They go to second and get the out there. And a nice job by Humberto Molina to go down to home plate and cover the plate. And just like we saw with Venezuela in the top of the fourth inning, France gets a base runner on third for the first time in the bottom of the fourth inning, also with 2 outs. What's going on? We need a batter. It's going to be Lucas Dedieu. You can safely say it's the biggest at-bat of his Baseball 5 career. Ball in play. Well placed. Late at second, France takes a 1-0 lead. Very close play. But no doubt that Clago got there before the throw. And look at the celebration. Taleb going to try and keep it going. Runners on first and second. Colina makes the underhand flip to first. And there are 3 outs. So here we go into the fifth inning. Venezuela must score. Otherwise, France takes set one. France huddling together, using all 30 seconds they get between innings. The implications in the Super Round standings just massive from this game. Cuba and Japan are the only 2 teams with 2 wins in the Super Round standings. The winner of this game, not this set, but this best of 3 game, they will join Cuba and Japan with 2 wins and not guarantee a spot playing on Saturday in either the World Championship or bronze medal, but have a very good chance to. And the first ball off the wall, Marquez is out. That's a tough start for Venezuela. Really smart play to get out of the way by Dedieu. This time it's caught. 2 away. France about to take set one with 1 more out. Nice grab. This kid's a player. Game on the line, hard up the middle, on the ground. Nice ball right there from Alvarado. Not over yet. Gonzalez, Colina. Can they keep the line moving and get that man around? That's a pop fly that bounces off the top of the wall and out. France has taken set one in this best of 3 matchup with Venezuela. We'll take a short break and come back set 2. The French win their first ever game in the Super Round. Doesn't look like the heat, the sun is doing anything to slow anybody down today. A really high-level Baseball 5 game being played between France and Venezuela. Marquez leading off the second set as his hardline drive snared by Omar Diaden up the middle. And that'll be Genesis Gonzalez, who gets bumped up 2 slots in the batting order. One of the most interesting parts of Baseball 5 is the fact that it's a mixed gender sport. There's a requirement that in every set, each team has at least 2 players from each gender on the court at all times. Now, a twist this year is that if you played 3 men and 2 women in the first set, you got to flip it, play 3 women, 2 men in the second set. And that's what we have here. And Alberto Molina goes hard up the middle. Different from Marquez, though. Marquez went high, Molina goes low, and Diaden unable to make that catch. So a 1 out, or rather 2 out base runner. And now we'll see Marbel Diaz. Very exciting part of this Venezuelan national team. Throw goes to first. And that's the 3rd out at the top of the first inning. France has not allowed a run through 6 innings. They win 1-0 in the first set and are about to come up for the first time in set number 2. Diaden leads off and is retired at first base. That was a really nice play from third going across the diamond. I thought the catch was made on the fly, but that was a sweet pick on the short hop. And now it's Flavien Haslauer. Interesting to see Clégo on the bench in game 2, set 2 rather. Nathan Clégo was a standout player in the first set. He's been a standout player, if you ask me, this entire tournament, but he does not appear in the set 2 lineup. And 1, 2, 3 goes France with Lena Salam rounding out to third. So scoreless after 1. We'll see if Venezuela can get on the board when we come back. Colina got that one almost to the wall on the right side. Another great feature of Baseball 5 is that every single play at first base is a close play. And in this case, it's going to be a leadoff, or rather a 1-out single for the leadoff man, Marquez. If you're a fan of traditional baseball and softball, you know sometimes when a ground ball is hit, it's just not going to be a close play at first base. And sometimes players, especially at the highest levels, they don't always run hard to first. When you hit a hard ground ball to second base, you're just not going to beat it out. So players will often just kind of dog it up the first base line. But you never see that in Baseball 5 because every play is close. There's the catch, or rather the missed catch, and then there was a little bit of pushing and shoving as Marquez tried to work his way past Bouillard. I think both players were warned to knock it off, and then a really good job reading the ball off the wall by Taleb, who will lead off the bottom of the second for France in a still scoreless game. That is 7 straight zeros for Venezuela. It'll be Taleb, Bouillard, and then back to Diaden. Lucas Dedieu and Nathan Clégo both replaced in the starting lineup. They were both in there in set one. Again, to allow Haslauer to play. He's one of just 2 returning players from the Baseball5 World Cup 2 years ago in Mexico City. That was a fantastic play by Marquez, showing great baseball instincts. Took a step back, squeezed it with the bare right hand. Look at this squeeze. And then with his momentum going away from first, he makes the throw. Nicely done. Two outs on the line out. Dan, this is how you want to face him with the bases empty. Out at first base. Great defense from Luis Marquez. And to the third we go with no score. Out. You just start to wonder, what is Venezuela going to do to change the approach? Because clearly the approach they came in with today has not been working. But Colina finds her way aboard here. A 1-out base runner back to the top of the lineup. Marquez, who's got as much power as anybody in the lineup for his team. Starting from the first base side of the batter's box. Hits it hard. Safe at second. And something developing for the Venezuela national team here, and a great display of sportsmanship there at second base. Now everybody's going to be safe here as the throw goes to third. Bases loaded. Venezuela on the verge of breaking through and scoring for the first time. The batter, Molina, hits it hard. 2 runs are going to score. Venezuela has broken through and will have runners on second and third. It took 8 innings for Venezuela to get something going, and now France going to take a timeout. We've seen Venezuela get off to slow starts at other games in the tournament, most notably their win over Chinese Taipei on day 1. Chinese Taipei, I think, scored 6 runs in the first 2 innings. And then Venezuela kind of snapped to it and went on to sort of steamroll their way to a 3-set victory after dropping the first one. Ball hit to second base here. Another run scores. 3-0 Venezuela. Top of the third. That one's going to go off the wall on a fly. And that will retire the side, but Venezuela has found the offense. Took 8 innings, but in the top of the third, they scored 3 times. That'll be a tough climb for France, who has only scored 1 run through their first 7 innings offensively. Not like they're out there blowing up the scoreboard. Haslauer to be followed by Salam and Taleb. That one short of the no-hit line. Here's Salam. That was great placement, and she'll win that race to the first base bag. Toss for Maribel Diaz that just was slightly off target. Now France has 2 on with just 1 out, which means unless we see a double play, we're going to see Diaden. Where is Amber Brouard? That's who's due up now. Really pushing the time limits there. France has to send somebody into the batter's box. Talking strategy beforehand. Brouard. Oh, that's a throw off line, and very lucky is Marquez that that one did not go out of play. They get the force out at second, and then he tries to turn the double play. Watch how close this throw is to going over the fence. Oh, another few centimeters, and that would have allowed the run to score. Diaden needs a hit to bring in a run. Any kind of out for Venezuela, or I should say a force out at first for Venezuela, or second. Would keep the shutout intact. Not going to happen. France has answered with 1 so far. Haslauer. 2 on, 2 out, line drive up the middle to third, safe. There was a chance to make a play. The line drive bouncing off the hands of Humberto Molina. Lena Salam looking to score. At least 1. Good ball. And it's a tie game, 3-3. How about it from Salam delivering with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Right after it looked like Venezuela had gotten things together. Diaden involved with another collision, this time with Kalina at third. She's going to need a minute. I think everybody's feeling well enough to continue. Amina Taleb with a chance to put her team ahead. Venezuela, meanwhile, just needs 1 out to keep this game tied, and they get the out as Taleb didn't get it past the no-hit line. So here we go, 3-3 into the 4th on day 1 of the Super Round at the WBSC Baseball 5 World Cup. right where Venezuela wants to be, with the leadoff man batting first and setting the stage in the top of the fourth with a leadoff single. If France wins this second set, they will have won the game. If Venezuela is able to win this second set, we will head to a third, to a tiebreaker. Marquez safe at third, goes first to third on the out. Terrific base running right there. And a little tiny bit of cloud cover overhead, which no doubt the players and the officials will add. Certainly appreciate. How about the answer from Venezuela? Back on top. Molina delivers the hit. Marquez scoring the run. I think the spectators and the production crew also appreciate that little moment of cloud cover. Brian Maniecki having a conversation with the manager for France. I think we've seen more managers in this World Cup than we did in 2022 make a point of talking to officials, and I wonder what this conversation's in regards to. I didn't see anything on that last play that even remotely struck me as questionable. I mean, there's nothing there. Play ball, and it could honestly just be a stall tactic. France seems to be pushing the limits of stalling the game, if I'm being honest. They're taking longer to send players to bat. They find ways to slow down the offense, and got it. They get the double play right after that little stall tactic. And they'll come up in the bottom of the fourth down by just one run. Leadoff ground ball out. That was Buard. And now it is Diodet. See, a lot of players, they have that next batter ready to go right away, but I've noticed with France, there's a little bit of a delay. And credit them for coming up with a way to play the game at their pace. The ball's knocked down, underhanded to first, and Diodet is retired. Huge play right there from Venezuela. Haslauer, good ball past third base. And a two-out base runner. Be it for the fourth. So now's the time for Venezuela. You want to add on here. That ball short of the line. And Venezuela with a lead, but pretty tenuous one at 4-3. Another great Baseball 5 matchup. This one on the first day of the Super Round. Colina leading off. And Colina legging it out. That's the 5-hitter. So back to the top of the lineup with nobody out and one on. Attacking the left side. Out at second. It's always a close play. I guess I was focusing on first base, saying it's always a close play at first. It's always a close play at every base, and that was a sweet snag by Diaden. And a great no-look toss. Yoselin Sosa pinch hitting with a bunt. Moves the runner to second. So now you think any kind of hit from Molina has a good chance of scoring Marquez from second base. Takes a look at the France alignment. Hard up the middle, that's his spot. Marquez coming home, throws wide. And now to third for the out that ends the inning. Venezuela gets one. Will that be enough to hold off France and force a third set? We are about to find out at this Baseball 5 World Cup Super Round. France starting 4-5, and then it'll be back to the top of the lineup. Taleb, long throw, and a good throw from Marquez. Venezuela with a 2-run lead, 2 outs away from forcing a tiebreaker. It would be our first Super Round game to go 3 sets. Chinese Taipei beat Mexico 4-love and 2-1 this morning. Hombre Bruard. I don't know why they keep hitting it at Marquez. He's the best defender for Venezuela, and they just keep trying that left side. Going to be awfully tough to get 2 now. How about the job Tony Jones doing over at first base? A lot of close plays, and he's just nailing them. That's our first base official. Diaden hits it hard. And that'll be it. Venezuela takes the second set 5-3, so we will go to a third set tiebreaker. One nothing France in set 1, 5-3 Venezuela in set 2. We'll take about a 3-minute break. The teams will put together some new lineups, and we will be back with the third set. welcome you back to Bauhinia Court at the WBSC Baseball 5 World Cup as we are just about ready for our set 3 tiebreaker to begin. France and Venezuela have each won one of the first 2 sets. Luis Marquez going to lead off for Venezuela in set 2, or rather set 3. And we'll fill you in on the rest of the details as the game progresses. France ready to go. They are out there defensively. We are yet to see the officials come out and take their positions yet. The French crowd making some noise. This thing is just huge for the standings. The winner moves to 2-1. The loser falls to 1-2. Winner has a great chance of playing for either a world championship or at least a bronze medal on Saturday. But the team that comes up short here, it's going to be tough to make the Saturday schedule. We haven't seen a lot of this, where the players are just eagerly ready to go and the officials are a little bit behind. France going to start throwing the ball around and get loose. We already have our lineups for the next Super Round game, the one between Cuba and Japan, which will be a rematch from the World Championship final from 2022. Officials just about ready to get back out on the court. We'll step away and come back when this game is ready to start. Okay, we are ready to begin. France, the home team, they've been out in the field warming up. Venezuela, the visitors. You can write any lineup you want so long as there's 2 players of each gender in it for set 3, and it begins with Marquez hitting it on the ground, then off the wall on the right side. Get us underway. Humberto Molino comes next, then Jose Alvarado. Yoselin Sosa, who made a pinch hit appearance in game 2, or set 2 rather. She's in the starting lineup this time, and then Yoelis Colina is going to be batting 5th in a fast start for Venezuela. 2 on, and nobody out. ideal to take the first lead in the third set. You sort of get to command the pace of the game if you have that early lead. Alvarado, line drive, but dropped. And then thrown past third base. Big mistake on the infield for France. Looked like it was going to be a double play. Instead, nobody out. And so often, when you get that line drive hit towards you, you start to think about turning two before you get it out. And now Venezuela has a 1-0 lead. Still nobody out in the top of the first, and this could turn into a big inning. Good ball by Sosa. Golina the batter here. You just want to do anything to avoid a double play. That's a great ball. Scores the run, and Golina's safe. 2-0 Venezuela. Nobody out in the first. A nightmare of a start for France. Good ball. Great hustle. Top of the lineup. Marquez again. Time was called by Brian Maniecki, the home plate official. And again, look at France. They just go to the stall tactics whenever things are not going their way. Now we're ready to go. Marquez. Hits it hard, right side, bouncing around. He is out, but a run comes in. The ball gets dropped. And they say it was dropped in the transfer, but another run did score. So two come home. It's 4-0 Venezuela. Ruad made the catch. Watch this. There's the catch. Ooh, I don't know about that. You can't tell on that angle. If she had control, it wasn't for very long. And now a ball hit up the middle makes it 5-0 Venezuela. It took 8 innings for Venezuela to score even 1 run. They ended up with 5 in the 5 innings of set 2, 5 in the first inning of set 3, and still just 1 out. Jose Alvarado. The bunt. Diaden the flip. Nice play. 2 away. That'll be Yoselin Sosa. Everybody was expecting Alvarado to hit big, but he ended up with the little soft one. Now Sosa pops it up, and it hit the wall on the fly. Not high up, but high enough for the out. It sends us to the bottom of the first, but France in a deep hole. Down 5-0. If you're France, you've just got to come out and play this as if it's 0-0. You don't want to play like you're playing from behind as Diaden hits it straight off the wall. And remember the swagger that France came out with in the first set. The body language telling a little bit of a different story here. Obviously, you never want to fall behind in the first inning. You certainly don't want to fall behind by 5. We'll see if the return of Nathan Clégo to the lineup will help France turn their fortunes around. Clégo is out at first. And it's up to Lucas Denieux to start a little 2-out rally with Taleb and Brouard on deck. Sosa is playing first base for Venezuela in this one. Throw to first. Side retired. 5-0 Venezuela as we go to the second. On the ground, left side for Colina. And the leadoff runner for Venezuela reaches to start the second. If you're Venezuela, just keep your foot on the gas. Keep pouring it on. No lead is safe in baseball 5. Big innings happen all the time. So you want to just continue to press. Marquez hits it hard. They get the out at first base. Colina winds up at second. That one might have just been hit a little too hard for Marquez's own good. Came back to the fielder off the wall with such speed. First and third. Now first and second, or rather second and third. Good job taking the extra base by Berto Molina. Throw home, gets away from Diaden. 2 more runs scored, and it's 7-0 Venezuela. Looks like the better team starting to emerge here in the third set tiebreaker. Remember, the set that France won was a 1-0 decision. Venezuela just a little bit late in getting started. Sosa to short, dropped, and it's 8-0. France in kind of a self-destruct mode now. Absolutely nothing going right. They really didn't make any errors in the first 2 sets, but things spiraling now. Yoelis Colina for the butt. Throw goes to second. Out there. Good play, get the lead runner. It's always the riskier play to try to get the lead runner, but obviously the better play. And executed to perfection. Marquez up the middle, and that'll end the top of the second. But look at the lead for Venezuela, trying to join the 2-win club in the Super Round standings. If Venezuela can hold on through this one, they'll join Cuba and Japan as the teams with 2 wins. And a reminder to stick around, because shortly after the conclusion of this one, we'll see the matchup between between Cuba and Japan in a rematch from the World Championship Final of 2022. From deep in the hole and short, Brouard gives her team something to get excited about, something to build on. Clearly safe at first. And I don't know why she's been awarded second base. I didn't see what happened over at first. Diaden smashes it up the middle. Oh, almost had my chance to make a play for the first time. Oh, and I did with the left hand, couldn't get it on the field. Thank goodness nobody saw that. That ball came right into the commentary booth. And something doing here for France with first to third and just one out and time play go. The batter. Line drive. Out at second. France gets on the board though. It's 8-1. Venezuela players on the right side of the field got out of the way thinking that ball might hit the wall on the fly. Not the case. Now a catch and an out at first for the double play that ends the second inning. Still a 7-run lead for Venezuela as we go to the third. A slight delay before we start the third inning. It looks like somebody on the Venezuela side getting a little bit of attention from the training staff. But with France in the field, we are ready to begin. And a hard ball stabbed up the middle. Nice play. First out of the third. Joelis Colina, who's being attended to by the trainers right now. We'll see if she stays in the game. I'm thinking she won't, because we did see the officials table draw a little bit of a crowd, which is what you usually see when there has been a change in the lineup. Now this could be two. There's the out at second, but good hustle, good speed from Sosa. And no play over at first base. And this is Colina's spot. And she does stay in the game. She's out at first base to end the top of the third. Venezuela does not add, but has a 7-run lead halfway through the set 3 tiebreaker. Let's see what France can come up with next. Amina Taleb, then Amra Brouard, and then Omar Diaden. France just running out of gas, it looks like, as we get deeper into this game. Looking ahead later on, it will be France and Chinese Taipei. That's going to be a quick turnaround. That's at 4 o'clock. Local time now, already approaching 1. So France is going to have to start its next Super Round game just about 3 hours after the conclusion of this one. Venezuela, meanwhile, has a little bit extra time. Venezuela playing tonight against Japan. Diaden is out at first. And Venezuela now goes into the fourth inning with an 8-1 lead. What a tough day for Japan, day one of the Super Round. They will take on Cuba about 20 minutes after this one ends. Japan and Venezuela. That's at 7 o'clock tonight under the lights. That'll be the last game of day 4. Meanwhile, over on the Asia's World City Court, we had a big one this morning with a big crowd between between Hong Kong and China. And it's 1-1 as they duke it out in the third set. It was really cool to see that Asia's World City Court full of spectators. A lot of school kids coming out today. I think besides our opening ceremony and maybe last night's Hong Kong game, that's the biggest crowd we've seen yet. China's leading set 3 right now. Still time for Hong Kong, China to come back. Marquez grounds out to start the fourth inning here. Another nice pickup by Quego. And really thinking about the way this has unfolded. I think I don't want to say biggest difference, but a big difference was Quego not being in the lineup for France in set 2. They're just a better team when he's out there. Nice catch, Diaden with the left hand, squeezing it tight. Obviously, having Quego back in the lineup has not made a big difference here in set 3, but after winning that first set 1-0, it was very surprising to me to see him come out. And it was a very tight second set, 5-3 the final score. Who knows if he had been in the lineup, if that would have made the difference. What we do know is that the lineup that was out there didn't work out for France, and now it'll take an epic comeback. There he is, leading off. And doing what he's been doing all day, getting on base. Now getting his teammates involved, getting everybody psyched up. God did you? Hits it hard, first base side, fair ball. Sosa steps on the bag for the out. Again, you're not going to want to go anywhere because we have the big rematch of the World Championship up next. Japan and Cuba. Throw home. Quego is out. And France will have just 1 inning to come back from at least 7, maybe more, if Venezuela is able to add on. Good heads-up play by Sosa and the tag to end the inning. That 5-run first, that's the story. Venezuela came out, fired up, and finding the holes to start this first set, or rather third set. And France, for whatever reason, just could not get those 3 out soon enough. Lena Salam has come into play for France. 2 quick outs, top of the 5th. Jadobard Cojon has also come in for France. Oh yeah, backhand, no look play from Diaden, but that one snuck by Obar Cojon. I mean, how do you be ready for that? How do you expect that ball to come find you? second and third now. Venezuela would love to push a few more across with 2 outs. There it is. There's the 3rd out, I should say. So here's the chance, the last chance for France. 3 outs to play with, needing 7 runs to tie, 8 to walk off winners. A tall order. And they'll start with the youngster, Jado Bard-Cojon, part of last year's Youth Baseball 5 World Cup. Venezuela gets the first out. Hard hit. Foul ball. No, it was not. Touched the hand of a Venezuela player. So Bardien is on first. With Mexico having lost this morning, France the best chance to be a newcomer on day 6. But it's looking likelier and likelier that it'll be the same 4 teams left standing on the last day that we had 2 years ago. It has not been an easy path, and it will continue to be a difficult path for Cuba. 3 of the last 4 sets that Cuba has played, they've won by just 1 run. And frankly, it hasn't been that easy for Japan. They dropped a set yesterday. They lost 2 sets in the group stage. Bottom of the 5th, 2 outs. And how about a play at the plate to end it? Venezuela turns the double play, and they win in come-from-behind fashion on day 1 of the Super Round to improve to 2-1 in the Super Round standings as France falls to 1-2. With so much on the line between Japan and Cuba, will take a little extra time. That game's supposed to start 8 minutes from now, but obviously the teams will be given some more time to warm up. That one's now going to start at 1:20 local time in a half an hour. So take a walk, have a stretch, have a snack, and we will see you back here, Kenneth Chu and myself, for Game 3 of the Super Round at 1:20 local time.
Presenting the home team of France are the starting players. Number 6, Omar Diodin.
The official
You can safely say it's the biggest at-bat of his Baseball 5 career. Ball in play. Well placed. Late at second, France takes a 1-0 lead. Very close play. But no doubt that Fuego got there before the throw. That's a pop fly that bounces off the top of the wall and out. France has taken set one. Looking to score. At least one. Good ball. And it's a tie game, 3-3. How about it from Salam delivering with 2 outs in the final ad. Certainly appreciate. How about the answer from Venezuela? Back on top. France in set 1, 5-3 Venezuela in set 2. We'll take about a 3-minute break. The tiebreaker to begin. Molina the batter here. You just want to do anything to avoid a double play. That's a great ball. Scores the run, and Molina saved 2-0 Venezuela. Nobody out in the first. Throw home, gets away from Diadem. 2 more runs scored, and it's 7-0 Venezuela. Some more time to warm up. That one's now going to start at 1:20 local time in a half an hour.
Porque yo estoy brillando con luz propia, el que son copias son envidiosos. Si me están arriba de calle, yo sacando la topa a la calle. Que no tengan la pestañas, si se la forma que se mueve tranquilo en mi cara. Mi vida privada, aunque no me sale nada. No te voy a poner aquí en la familia, para que se te caliente la una. Ay, se me fue pa' todo, se me fue pa' todo. No te dejes que la puta vida mi nombre, tú me lo corresponde. Escucha lo que oigo, empuja y le una la pura que iba a ser enorme. No quedó de dónde, no quedó de dónde, le una la pura que no quiere pasar. Dani, Miami, chulito que te digo a la arregla con su pieza, la cosa 輝く笑顔に届く
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Central Harbourfront Event Space, Hong Kong, China. Here on Bohemia Court, for game number 36 of the second edition of the WBSC Baseball5 WorldCup between Japan and Cuba. Representing the visiting team of Japan are the starting pair number 5, Shin Mikami. Number 36, Ayato Okaku. Number 1, Anyano Kasuka. Number 6, Harukumu Fuji. Number 0, Mito Hashima. And the rest of the pair are number 35, Hashin Motoki. Number 8, Takuya Shuma. Number 37, Miko Kawaki. The head coach, Mitsuki Nakahama. The coach, Kenya Wakamatsu. Representing the home team of Cuba are the starting player. The number 25, Ogeno Amanda Molina. Number 1, Randy Molina. Number 3, O. David Banenko. Number 4, Dana Cosini. Number 10, Katina Martini. And the rest of the pair are number 2, Alice Martini. Number 10, Milena Otamensu. Number 66, Kristen Wasabi. The head coach, Baron Curry. And coach, DOP, Sano. The official from the match are the home base official, Anita Ciccone from Germany. First base official, Brian Manyaki from Kenya. Second base official, Ivana Dineva from Bulgaria. Third base official, Harry Khan from Hong Kong, China. Table official, Hong Kong Yun from Hong Kong, China.
各位先生、女士們，大會而家即將會播放日本國歌，請大家起立合肅立，面向國旗並隨老致敬。
Ladies and gentlemen, please wipe off the anthem of Japan. 請大家保持站立，現在會播放古巴國歌 and the anthem of Cuba. Please be seated. Thank you.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to Valhinia Court as we get set to play a big game on the first day of the Super Round at this WBSC Baseball5 World Cup. It is a rematch from the 2022 World Championship Final between Japan and Cuba. Craig Durham and Kenneth Chu, happy to be with you. And Kenneth, these are the last two unbeaten teams at the tournament. Something's got to give today. And what have you seen from these two teams through the first few days of this competition?
Well, the first few days, I was mainly looking at the Team Cuba, and Team Cuba barely get challenged on the court. And anything that comes close, it would be Team Mexico. And another team in the group is, hold on, my bad. It's Team Venezuela and Team Chinese Taipei, who's coming close and leading Team Cuba in a couple innings in set 1 or set 2 in the opening round. And in terms of scheduling, I guess Cuba might have a little advantage on it since they played 2 games on the first day, 1 game on the first day, 2 games on the second day, and another 1 game at the third day. So they only had 1 game yesterday, while Japan got 2 games yesterday. In terms of rest time, maybe Cuba on a better side.
Yeah, Japan actually had to go 3 sets. You make a really good point. Japan probably had to work a little bit harder than they expected yesterday to finish the group stage undefeated, as you see our international officials, Italy, Kenya, Bulgaria, and Hong Kong, China, all represented among the officials. Those are the folks wearing the black and yellow around the field. And a pretty nice crowd has turned out on a midday, weekday afternoon. And I think the word got around town that this is the matchup to see.
Definitely.
Japan, the visitors in this game. And who knows, this could be the first of 2 that these teams play against each other. But we're excited to have you here. We're ready to begin. And Japan gets off to a fast start.
And like we said before the game, this is probably the first time they've met since last World Cup. And they both finished the top place in their group.
And this right here, the captain of Japan, she was actually a player and the coach of the team at the World Cup in 2022. How about it? Japan scores, takes a 1-0 lead in the first. And that is now 5 straight sets where Cuba has fallen behind. Remember against Venezuela, we said how unusual it is for Cuba to ever be behind. But they were behind in both sets against Venezuela, behind in both sets against Chinese Taipei, and again here against Japan. Nice play there, though, in the second out.
But let's not forget, Cuba is really good at coming back at that last inning.
That's right. They get better as the game goes along.
Exactly. Both times when they're facing Mexico and Venezuela and Chinese Taipei in the first round, they come back in the bottom of 5th, making a comeback at the end.
Nice play off the wall and over to first to get the out that ends the inning. So Japan gets 1 run. You made a good point before we got on the air that this could be a pretty quick game because both teams are so strong on defense and because they both just play so quickly in general. See, look, wasting no time.
They're already on the court.
Orlando Amador is going to lead off. Then it's Briandy Molina. Yoel Blanco is going to bat third. Blanco has not been in the lineup much for Cuba, so interesting to see his name. And then Hyla Gonzalez and Shakira Aspiazu. Amador leads off with a hit.
As always.
Right? And he's so fast, I think if you put him maybe top 3 fastest players in the tournament, he would have to be a part of it. He gets from base to base so quickly. This is the guy with everybody watching him, Briandy Molina. Nice play, though. Hit the lead runner. So here's Blanco. It's been Christian Basabe batting third a lot of the time for Cuba. But for this big game, they turn to Blanco. Another right-handed swinger. One thing we talk a lot about this week is sometimes in Baseball 5, it's better to not try to make a play than to force a throw. I think Japan is as good as anybody at just taking the ball, calling time instead of playing games with the base runners.
And Team Cuba is always known for setting up baits for you.
Exactly. They'll play those games on the base paths more than anybody. 2 outs now in the inning. Japan trying to get to the second with a lead, but 2 runners in scoring position. Big spot for Aspiazu. She was at the last World Cup, starts in the middle of the batter's box. And the underhand throw to first. Japan will take a 1-0 lead into the second inning. And you've tuned in to the right game. You're about to see a perfect example of what Baseball 5 is, played at the highest level between the top nations at the senior level. Mio Oshima leads off. One thing she does more than anybody else at the tournament, she tries to pop it up. She tries to hit the pop-up over the fielders in front of the wall. It doesn't work all that often, to be honest. At least it hasn't in this tournament, but we'll see if she goes to that play at all today. There it is.
There it is.
And
Now,
it has to be perfect.
right. I mean, there's another perfect example. You can play Baseball 5 any way that you like, as long as it gets past the position players or the fielders, and then you get you on base. It doesn't have to be hard shots. It could be a little tapper. It could be anything.
Nice play over at first to get Shun Mikami. Mikami's on top, then Rokaku. Ayano Kazuda bats third. Harutomo Tsuji, who's the newcomer to this team, he bats fourth. And then Oshima's in the 5 spot.
Could be a double play.
She'll just replace her teammate Mikami. I'm sorry, he was safe at first. It was so close. But there's 1 on and 2 outs now. You can use your fist just to finish your point. You can slap it with the open hand. You can use a fist just as long as you keep your feet in the batter's box before you make contact with the ball. And good defense from Cuba, as we expect. I mean, we could see like a couple of 1-0, 2-1 type games here. Their defense is just so strong.
We're seeing 10, possibly best Baseball 5 players on the court.
No doubt about it. Orlando Amador, nice catch on a hard hit ball. Going down. You see all the kids in attendance in the stands out beyond second base. Big turnout from the local schools.
Roundy, hard shot through the middle. Got himself a base runner. Almost caught by the middle fielder. And now we got to the right side, turns 2 for an out. That's the second out. Quick play, especially when Roundy is on the base path. You gotta be super careful because he tends to go around that back, not waiting for the call. If you're just slightly have your eye off him, he'll be on that next base.
And how good are these officials? You saw how close that play was, and they get it right like every time. Oh, a little bobble. You can't get away with that against Cuba. So that'll extend the second inning. Another chance for Aspiazu.
I was right about to say, these teams do not have any margin of error on this game.
No, you're absolutely right. Aspiazu made the last out last inning. Tries a different tactic going to second base this time, but that's the out that sends us to the third. Japan's still in front. Now, a couple days ago, I would have said Cuba's not used to this, but they've been playing from behind the last few days, so it's not as unusual to get into the middle innings. And crazy thing about Baseball 5, here we are, what, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Not even since the game started, and we're in the middle innings of set 1. It's just so cool how fast this game is played, but Cuba now gets into the middle innings down, and there's no reason to panic because, like you said, they have the ability to come back later. But eventually, that strategy's not going to work, not going to always be there for you, that option to come back. And there's a nice leadoff single for Japan. That one coming from Harutomo Tsuji, who, we'll say it again, is the only part of the starting lineup who didn't play on this team at the last World Cup. He's the new guy, and he has been awesome. He'll go to third. That goes out of play. So the bunt from Oshima, Cuba tries to get the lead runner at second, and the ball hops out of play. So it's second and third and nobody out. There was just nobody covering the base yet.
And we don't see that a lot from Team Cuba.
Now if you're Japan, you got to maximize this inning. 1 run, probably not good enough. You want to get 2 or 3, at least 2.
Sun just comes back out.
Yeah. Hard hit.
Shot.
Briandi couldn't squeeze it, and a run scores with everybody safe. Still nobody out now. It's 2-0 Japan. Briandi catches that ball most of the time. Just couldn't quite get his hand around it. Now Rokaku. Diving effort from Briandi.
Nope.
Everybody's going to be safe.
Japan scores on the play. Well, looks like it's out at third.
I think that's the call. The officials are going to have to get together and talk this one over. We know Japan scored 1 on that play, and then there is an out at third. Let's take a look. The dive, almost making the catch. Safe at first. And now we'll take a look over what happened at third base. There's the first run scoring.
Yeah.
Cuba got the ball over to third base, just didn't have it on camera there. Japan does want an explanation, though. Frankly, I didn't see the play at third.
Me either, because we were blocked by this huge LED screen board that we didn't have a good look at the field.
So the officials are going to take a close look. One thing, oh, this is the angle that'll probably give it to us. We got a great production crew.
Right.
Good time to thank them for their efforts. Oh, just before we were going to see what happened at third base. The officials are going to restart the game. I think what happened is Shakir Espiazu threw it across the diamond from first to third.
I believe so.
And they got the runner there. So it'll be just the one runner on base, Mikami. Rokaku was out at third. Or sorry, Oshima was out at third. And the score is going to be 3-0 Japan.
As the tournament goes on, we can see more and more break time in between plays and innings. I guess since the game is getting even more exciting, even more and more exciting over time, then we're getting more appeals on the field.
Absolutely. And that's everything. Like, the games mean more now, so the managers are not going to let anything go. Where on day one, they maybe shrug their shoulders and say, okay, we'll play on. In a game like this, the winner of this game, it could determine who goes to the World Championship. So the managers just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. The officials want to make sure everybody's on the same page. And I think we got there.
And to my best understanding, the top 2 in this super round is going to make it to the finals.
That is correct.
So I guess every play matters in this game. That's a nice catch by Team Cuba, third baseman. And now the ball finds him, tosses second, save, runner advance. And ball got around, Japan scores again on the play. Makes it 3-0. Japan leads.
Yeah, I thought they had gotten that third run across already, but we confirm that right there is the third run, and just a mistake that you don't usually see. A ball that could have been caught at second. Adversity, that's the word for Cuba. Up against it for the first time. Top of the third inning, down 3-0. And out at first before Japan can score another. But 3-0, Cuba's going to have to start coming back soon. Just to give you an example of how different this is when they played in the World Championship, it was almost 2 years ago exactly. Cuba won the first set 9-1, and they won the second set 6-2. And Japan never led. So Japan in 3 innings has as many runs today as they had in all 10 innings of the last matchup against Cuba. So that just tells you they've taken a big step forward here. And we see Amador leading off.
That would be a base hit for him?
Yeah, he hits it hard. We had the radar gun going yesterday.
Yeah.
The hardest hit balls that we saw were 65 miles per hour.
Wow.
Which is really amazing when you think about, you just have that little area, the batter's box, 3 meters square, to build momentum. And no assist from a pitch. A lot of exit velocity comes from the speed of the pitch. That is not part of the Baseball 5 exit velocity. It's all just your own body's work. And to get it going up over 100 kilometers per hour is really impressive. For Cuba, you got to get something going, and they've done that. 2 on, nobody out. Oh! That was a double play. Japan was trying to turn a triple play. A catch on the line drive, a step on the base, and then a throw to second that hit Briandi. There's the catch, there's the double play, and there's the throw to third. Nothing intentional about that, just trying to get the ball to second. 2 away.
Just comparing to the regular baseball, that could be pretty brutal.
Yes, it could. We know the Baseball 5 ball weighs just 85 grams, so it's not quite as bad. It's got a little soft bounce to it. And Cuba's going to get on the board with that 2-out hit. I think Japan smiles more than any other team when they play Baseball 5. And that's actually something they work on. It's something they talk about as their philosophy for the team. They want to keep smiling.
I guess like we've been saying before, that Baseball 5 is supposed to be a more chill out, more easy, relaxed, competitive sport compared to any other sports. That's a nice play by Team Japan, getting it out at first. That can make the highlights.
No doubt. As a baseball person, I still have the instinct to say nice bare hand play.
Right.
Coming down, they're all bare hand plays. There's no gloves, in case you haven't noticed. No bats, no gloves. All you need is a ball for Baseball 5. And an interesting third inning sees Japan score 2, Cuba scores 1. And getting into the late innings now, Japan with a 2-run lead. Where will we start? At the 5 slot in the lineup, Oshima.
See if she would do that little overhead toss like you said most of the time.
That one looked like it almost slipped out of her hand and it didn't get past the no-hit zone. I think it's safe to say she's more known for her defense than her offense on this team. Every bit as important defense and offense. But we don't see a lot of hits from Oshima in the 5 spot. Good bunter. Nice catch meanwhile from Briandi. 2 quick outs. That's exactly what Cuba needs. Nice play. Pop up. 3 outs. We're in the bottom of the 4th. For the home team, gives 6 more outs to play with. That makes a difference in this matchup. And I'll tell you something. Good chance that these teams play again in the championship. And that would mean that the winner of this one would be the home team. So that's something to play for in a big way. No guarantee that it'll be a rematch, but I think
Most likely a high chance.
High chance. A lot depends on what happens tonight between Venezuela and Japan. That's going to be another tough game for the team from Japan.
Nice defensive effort. Some hard hit to the left side. And Medora got himself on base.
I think he's led off every inning. That means there's been 5 that come up every time for Cuba. And if you can hold them to just 5 batters per inning, that's a great recipe for beating this team. Nice play. That's Oshima. We're telling you she's a great fielder at second. 3 players stacked across the diamond up close. Knocked down. Out at second. 2 outs in the inning. The path to victory for Cuba is getting shorter and shorter. Or longer and longer, I guess. It's not getting better, put it that way. As Japan is just playing a really I don't want to use the word perfect, but a near perfect defensive game. And another great play. So we will go to the fifth. Japan leading Cuba 3-1 in the first set of this best-of-3 series. Winning the first set obviously is not the whole job. We saw France win the first set against Venezuela just a short while ago, and then Venezuela won the game. So you can't just get too excited about winning the first set. But if it's against Cuba, you're allowed to get pretty excited because they have never lost a set in a Baseball5 World Cup game.
And it will be history for Team Japan
exactly
to
right.
ever beat Team Cuba.
That's exactly right. More Super Round games later today. Chinese Taipei and France, and then Mexico and Cuba. Sorry, Kim.
Yeah, I guess never underestimate Team Cuba on that last inning, because a lot of things can happen even with 3 outs with this Team Cuba.
Exactly.
They came back on the first day of the game, yeah, going against, the second day of the game going against Venezuela.
Yep.
And they come back at the last inning with 2 outs. And same happens to Team Chinese Taipei. They lost it at the last half inning.
That's correct. So 2 fifth-inning comebacks 2 days in a row for Cuba. Can they do it 3 times? It would really help Japan. It would help Japan if they could add at least 1, maybe 2 runs here. But
that's right.
Leadoff batter is out. That's a fair ball. That's going to be a 1-out runner. Again, it's Tsuji, who I think has made a case for tournament MVP honors. It's getting so late in the tournament, you can start to think about who are the MVP candidates. Tsuji is one of those players. He hits hard and he has made amazing defensive plays all week long. Here's Oshima. She'll try to bunt. Riandi throw to second to get the out. Nice throw, great catch. That is
Crucial.
Christian Basabe, who has come into the game for Cuba, taking it on a bounce. It's really close. Now it's up to Mikami. Off the wall. And that ends the inning. So here we go. This is the test for Cuba. Can they come from behind for a 3rd straight day? It'll begin with Aspiazu. So last inning, they only had 4 batters come up. So
No matter what, we're going to witness history here.
That's right.
Either Cuba has their 3rd really good comeback this tournament, or Japan be the first team to beat this reigning champion, Team Cuba, in this Baseball5 World Cup.
Aspiazu still looking for her first hit. Where's she gonna go? She goes left side. And there it is. Lead off signal. It's like when the pressure gets tighter, Cuba gets a little bit better. Now they got the big boys, Amador and Briandi Molina coming up. Safe for second.
Oh, wow, that's big. That's really big for Team Cuba here. With the leading base runner advancing to second.
Pretty much a tie goes to the runner situation. All they need is 2 to tie it, then we would go to extra innings. 3, and Cuba walks off with a win again. This one goes to the right side. Out at second base. And it'll be 1st and 3rd. That's a big out for Japan. That first run doesn't matter. Aspiazu on 3rd. She can score for all Japan cares. It's about Briandi. You got to keep him from coming around in Japan. Good time to take the time out and talk it over.
It's like you said from the past 2 years, from the last Baseball5 World Cup, you said, we would love to tell you how to beat Team Cuba, but they've never beat them before. Nobody knows how exactly.
Everybody wants to find out. That's the Team Hong Kong China watching.
Yeah, after a game against the Team China. 3 sets tight game.
Yeah. And that was like our sellout crowd over there, wasn't it?
That's right, that's right. We got students from the local schools that got, yeah, a lot of crowd over there just now watching that game.
Here's Basabe, his first at-bat of the game. They get Briandi at second, 2 outs. The run scores, but again, Japan not worried about that. It's 3-2. And look at the defenders, they're all saying, let's not celebrate yet. This game is not over yet. But it's up to Jaime Gonzalez for Cuba to extend it. Good defense off the wall. Maspiazu not happy. She's happy to score, not happy with the result.
Right.
The out at second base. So here we go. Japan ready to celebrate. The dugout making some noise.
Team Cuba need 1 more run to stay alive.
Towards second base.
That's
There it is! Japan has beaten Cuba in the first set for the first time ever. Cuba drops a set at a Baseball 5 World Cup. They're going to have to win the second to force a tiebreaker. And Kenneth, we just witnessed history.
It's one of the best games that have ever happened in the Baseball 5 World Cup so far. So we'll be back in a minute to watch that set 2 between these 2 top Baseball 5 teams. We'll be back.
History, as Kenneth just said, has been rewritten. Japan will look to back up that set 1 win with a set 2 win. And a very interesting talking point as we get started here. So, as we know, Baseball 5 is a required mixed gender sport. You have to have at least 2 players of each gender on the court at all times.
Right.
And in the first set, Cuba played 3 men and 2 women. Japan played 3 women and 2 men. And they won that set with the 3 women and 2 men against 3 men and 2 women. So it just goes to show you that it doesn't matter in Baseball 5. And a little bit of a fumble there from Amador, and it looks like Cuba's shaking a little bit. 2 on, nobody out in the first inning for Japan. Rokoku with the bunt. They get the out, and
No tag at
no
home.
tag. So Japan takes the lead. And in this set now, there's going to be 3 men for Japan and 2 women. as Takuya Shima joins the game. And for Cuba, it's 2 men and 3 women, so a reverse for both teams. Just something to point out as we look at this mixed gender sport.
But with that said, Takuya Shima coming back into the game for Team Japan, which I'm looking at is the betting average so far this tournament. We got Molina Elias hitting .69 for Team Cuba, and Shima just coming close, .694.
Wow.
So we got 2 of the 5 best hitters in this game.
That's a great point. And so Japan winning the first set without one of the best hitters in the tournament in the lineup, and now he comes in.
Right.
And with him, Japan able to get a run on the board. The top of the first inning, we go to the bottom of the first now.
Nice play. That foot is off the bag.
Oh, and Amador did well to stay in the safe zone. See if Cuba can answer right away. It'll be Amador, then Briandi Molina, then Yeliana Ora Mendez, Ayla Gonzalez, and Shakira Espiazu. That's the lineup. The first 2 hitters reach base safely. And a very good start for Cuba as they try to come back and force a 3rd set.
Got Yeliana at the plate, trying to drive in some hitters and put themselves on the board. It goes for the right side, little thumb with second.
Throw home.
Could be
Safe.
Great hustle by Amador.
Yeah, that was really close play at home plate.
And he was actually going for that home plate instead of just passing that batter's box, because you see that Japanese players was right at the box to avoid a collision. He chose to go straight to the back, which works to avoid the tag.
It's so cool to watch how this game is evolving in real time. Like, that's a whole new strategy. Where do you set up as a fielder around home plate? And where do you go as a runner? We'll see if Briandi tries to score. Look at this, though. Cuba has had 4 straight reach base safely, tied the game, and maybe about to take the lead.
You're wasting no time.
No, not at all. Here's Espiazu.
Ready to bring in possibly 2 runners on second and third. Finds a shortstop, little fumble, save at first, and scores.
Throw to second.
Everybody's safe.
Yeah, this
Briandi
is
scores.
a tough inning for Japan. The first time they've had any trouble with defense.
Now Team Cuba leads 2-1.
Japan might use the timeout here. They saved it for the end of the first set, but might not be a bad time to use it in the second set. Stop this Cuba train before it really starts running away. Here they come, though. Throw home, tag, save. Safe all the way around.
And Amador take the chance and move himself to second.
Where was this Cuba offense in the first set?
Oh. Team Cuba was just not at their A game on that set 1. They could definitely play better, and this is how they show you. They're not showing you in set 2 how champions should be.
2 in scoring position. Briandi gets to work. Knocked down. 1 run. 2 runs scores. 5-1. What an answer from Cuba. Just not making the clean plays that they made in game 1.
But to be honest, this is how Team Cuba used to look during all these games, except that set 1 game is very unusual. There's an out at first.
And now Briandi's in a rundown. Double play.
Double play.
So it's a big inning, could have been bigger, but a 5 spot. Cuba leads 5-1 after 1. We'll see if that base running mistake comes back to haunt them, but it'll be tough for Japan to get up to 5 runs in this game. They won the last game with just 3 runs.
Team Japan just doesn't seem to throw the ball away, so aggressive base runnings might not just work on them. They would just put you on a rundown and gun you down, just like that.
How about that out call? Look out, Briandi. Good thing he wasn't leaning too far forward. Lead off here for Japan. They need to find some runs in a hurry, and that's not how to do it.
Yeah, straight out to Briandi. Probably the only guy you don't want to hit to.
That's Shun Mikami. Hit it off the wall, so he's out. And you just have the feeling already, don't you, Kent, that we're going to go to a 3rd set?
Right.
I mean, there's still a lot of innings to be played here in the 2nd set, but
it looks like
have that feeling.
Team Japan are trying a little too hard, trying to get on base. Both. They got on base, but in the first 2 hitters, they are definitely seeing their smiles are gone, and they're trying to get on base eagerly.
That's a good point. The smiles are not quite as big as they were in game 1.
Did he make a play? She did.
Nice play. And so after 2 or after 1.5, Cuba's still with a 4-run lead. And we'll see if they can find a way to keep it coming.
Beautiful.
Really nicely done. And I hope some of these school kids, while they're here, are taking advantage of our 3rd court. There's a court set up right beside this one where people can play Baseball 5, I'm sure for the first time in most cases. And it's great to have so many kids out enjoying it on a Thursday afternoon and seeing that field over there. You just know that I think a few kids are going to take this game and run with it. Another play up the middle that Japan just couldn't make. See the pride, the national pride of this Cuba team. You know how in sports, Kenneth, sometimes if you're just used to winning all the time, sometimes a loss can be good for you.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there's a little reminder. Definitely to remind yourself on how bad you want it.
Exactly, just what it feels like to be on the other side. And when you have that feeling for the first time, you realize you don't want it again. And it just kind of looks like that's what's happened with Cuba. Extra motivation in this 2nd set, now that they know they can be beaten. Breeze picking up, coming off Victoria Harbor. I'm sure the players and the officials out there on the court enjoying it. That's a fair ball. And safe at 2nd, so 2 on with just 1 out in the bottom of the 2nd inning.
As referring to your point, that court outside, right by our court right now, it could definitely go a long way for our kids here. They might not know how the game is played, but that would make them feel great if they actually enjoy the sport and they can actually play everywhere. Here in Hong Kong, whenever they got a few friends, grab a Baseball 5 and enjoy the sport.
And a city like Hong Kong is a big reason why Baseball 5 has been developed by the WBSC, because you don't need very much space. And this is an official court, but if you're just playing with your friends, you can make a court anywhere you want. It doesn't even have to be this big.
Yeah, it could be on grass, it could be on sand, it could be on any gravel.
You can play it in the driveway.
Exactly. And from a play we saw earlier, a ball actually got hit at one of the players, and he's actually okay.
Yep.
Nothing is hurt. No one was hurt. So safety-wise is not a doubt.
Yeah, we saw that throw you're talking about, right?
Right at Briandi.
And that foul ball is going to be the last out of the 2nd inning. No foul balls in Baseball 5. You either put it in play or you get out. And all that red area you're looking at is an automatic out. So after a scoreless 2nd inning, we go to the 3rd, 5-1 Cuba. And definitely not out of reach for Japan. see if they can get the offense fired up. It's going to be Tsuji leading off, Haritomo Tsuji. Foul ball.
Yeah, you can see the frustration.
There's the tennis term, unforced errors. And I use that term a lot in Baseball 5 because you have complete control as the batter. So anytime you don't get it past the no-hit zone, anytime you don't hit it fair, or in this case, off the wall or over the wall, it's an unforced error. It's not like the defense or the pitcher, because there isn't a pitcher, did anything to get you out. You get yourself out. So it's an interesting statistic to keep when you're watching Baseball 5.
It's more going on inside than outside.
That's right. You're in control as the batter. That's a really nice ball up the middle.
That ball just going past Briandi.
Tricky hop.
Got a finger on it. Almost got it.
This is the guy you pointed out, one of the leaders at the tournament batting average.
That's fair. There's a reason he's on the board. He's on the leaders board on hitting average.
Here's Ayako Rokaku.
Big chance for Team Japan to close up the gap.
Run's gonna come in. 5-2. Looked like a little miscommunication up the middle between Oda Mendez and Espiazu.
Yeah, that ball just gets away.
The bounce off the hand. Now hard up the middle.
Oh, that's
Throw
out at
home.
second that I see.
Out at the plate.
Yeah, out at the plate, and it's also, I guess, out at second
Yeah, I guess
first.
the one at the plate didn't matter.
Right.
Like you said, the out call in second, but it happens so fast, you don't really have time.
Right.
You have no idea as a runner or a fielder that out. Look out, LED screen. And so Japan gets one and staying alive here very much so. 5-2 halfway through the game, going to the bottom of the third inning. That leaves Japan just 6 outs to play with. Another mention for tennis in this game. Have you noticed how when the teams warm up, they usually have a coach hitting to the players with a tennis racket?
Yeah.
That's the Baseball 5 equivalent of fungos.
Exactly.
And it's really neat because it comes at you harder, and a lot of times you can make that short hop play as a defender coming off the tennis racket. This ball didn't clear the no-hit line, so out at first, or out of the box, I suppose. I wonder who the first person to use a tennis racket for warm-ups was. It's a great idea. Now all the teams do it.
That was a close call on that violation line. Fine third baseman, jumping throw. Making it out at first. Great play by Team Japan. It was a little off-balance throw. Still able to make it accurately. Now coming back to the leadoff hitter. Orlando Amador. With 2 outs. A slow tapper. Could he beat the throw?
Big time.
Big time. That ball just gets away from Shun while making the throw, and it went past the court, and it makes a pass ball for Amador. So they have runners on scoring position. Briandi coming up to hit. There'll be another safety run for Team Cuba. We drive in Amador. Hard shot from the middle. Oh, and it's out at first.
So that ends the inning. Making the strong throw from one knee. Great play.
That's exactly what Team Japan needs to get done with this inning and get back on the offense again.
little bit of cloud cover we had to start the game is a distant memory. These players are going to leave it all out on the field if they go for 3 sets.
Right. And most likely we will be having a set three between these two teams.
And that would be the second in a row to start the super round, which is pretty exciting. Could have had one this morning if one run went differently. The Chinese Taipei Mexico game, that was a 2-1 second set.
Yeah, that was close too.
And who knows, maybe Japan will find a way to come back. Still plenty of time. Lead off runner on.
Got 6 more outs.
They've already had a 3-run inning today, so that's all it takes to tie it up here.
The Spirit brings over from set 1.
Double play, that's gonna hurt the comeback. I got the idea of what Shun was trying to do there, but just not quite the good enough execution. He tried to drop it in front of the second baseman with a little popper, which he came in, makes the catch. That's an easy double play. And now Amador to first. And that's it. Cuba's coming up at the bottom of the 4th, looking to add on to a 5-2 lead before we get to the 5th and final inning of the second set today.
Coming back to the bottom 4th. Cuba is going to lead off. Strong hit to the left side. It's a down at first. And looks like a little sprint in the ankle. She's all right.
Oh, you see the slip. You know, on a hot day like today, everybody's sweating. It's not something you love to talk about, but it's true. And the court can get a little bit slick. We've seen players with towels sometimes going out there to dry it off. People be dripping around here today. It's hot.
And also at that first base, a lot of players are making big stops over there.
Yep.
They might just scrape that surface off a little.
That's a good point. Some of the tread coming off the tires.
Right. Imagine the heat now at the court. You can almost feel it through that shoe.
It still looks as perfect as it did the day we got here. Another advantage of Baseball 5. You don't need any maintenance. It takes, you know, I can't tell you exactly how many hours it takes to build the court, but you do it once and then it's done. Whereas if you're talking about a baseball field, a softball field, you have the grounds crew working all day, every day, watering the grass, working the dirt. It is a full-time job for a lot of people to keep a baseball or softball field in good shape. And when it comes to the Baseball 5 court, you snap the tiles, 4,000 plus tiles get snapped together, and then just very light maintenance for the rest of the tournament, and that's all, which is really cool.
It makes it a lot easier for the ground crew and everybody to take care of this field.
Yeah, you really don't even need a ground crew. You just have the team that built it that can do other jobs during the day. Take a look at it. So this is it for Japan. 5th inning down by 3. It's going to be Rokaku, then Tsuji, then Hiyano Kazuda. And unless they score 3 times, we are going to take a little break, write some new lineups, and come back with a tiebreaker set 3. We'll see what Japan has. Ground ball to third. 1 out. Looks like we're about to see the team with 3 women and 2 men win back-to-back sets. Really cool. But of course, we're not there yet. That's a 1-out single for Japan. You're just going to have to keep them coming.
most games, Team Cuba is going to get that lead off runner, or get that lead runner most of the time if they feel the ground ball here. Let's see if Team Japan is going to force them to do a risky or even a hard throw to second to beat that runner.
How about a line drive caught at first? This is it, last chance. It's Shun Mikami.
The leadoff hitter for Team Japan.
Hey, he keeps the game going. That's all you can ask for, one batter at a time.
So no matter in what sport, when you see Team Japan, they're almost always a very calm, patient team to watch. Look like they're in a rush, but that's it. That's it for Team Japan in set 2. Trying their best to come back on that last half inning. And Cuba team takes game 2, winning Team Japan 5-2, and this forced both teams into set 3. And in short, we're coming back to Bohemian Court here and watch set 3 between these two top teams in Baseball 5 World Cup.
This game over here.
Ready to go again. Set 3. This is it for the third game of the super round. Whichever team wins this set is the last unbeaten team at the tournament. They are both 5-0. And we just got handed the lineups. No changes for Japan from set 2, which is interesting. That's the set Japan lost. They did not decide to go back to Mio Oshima, who played in the first set when they won. They stick with Mikami, Shun Mikami, Takuyashima, Ayaku Rokaku, Harutomo, and Hiyanu. So we'll see how it plays out, but we're underway. And Cuba, meanwhile, has its third different lineup today. It's Amador and Molina Briandi batting 1 and 2. They go with Christian Masabe batting 3rd, and then Gonzalez and Aspiazu 4-5.
I guess for Team Cuba, they went with the winning starting lineup from the first set.
Exactly. And with Japan, I wonder if they want to have their better offensive lineup at the beginning, maybe try to build a lead, and then Oshima, who's such a good defensive player, maybe she comes in as a defensive replacement later in the game.
That's right.
We will see. Rokaku with the short ball, kind of like a bunt to move the runner. They get the runner to second with 2 outs in the top of the first. Thanks for tuning in to this rematch of the 2022 Baseball 5 World Championship game. Cuba won that time in straight sets. This time we're going the distance. Hard up the middle. Great footwork by Briandi, and they get the out at first base. So Cuba coming up in the bottom of the first, no score yet.
It'll be interesting if we see some of the substitutions players coming in, and later on this game, since both teams players might start to wear out after 2 tough head-to-head games.
That is a great point.
We'll see if they go deep in their benches and try to pull out all the tools, all the magic they got. We got Orlando Amador.
That one's straight off the wall, so he gets himself out to start. Tough one there.
And in Baseball 5, you sell straight to the fence, you sell over the fence. It's an automatic out.
Briandi takes a look around. 1 bounce. The ground ball. He will get to second base. That's where Japan doesn't usually make that throw. There was no chance to get him at first base, so it would have been better just to hold on to the baseball, or the Baseball 5.
And like you said earlier, Japan was struggling a little bit with defense, and it's kind of out of your surprise that they didn't put in their better fielders on the field on this third set.
That could change at any time. I'm sure that everybody's ready to go at any moment. Time called as Briandi gets to third, but with 2 outs. So you don't really have to worry about him if you're Japan. Just focus on getting Gonzalez at first, and you can get to the second inning with the score still 0-0.
This will be a huge one for Team Cuba if they get ahead early in this game.
It's a bunt play, and there we go. 1-0 Cuba. It was Gonzalez who put her team on the board last set, and she does it again. She got a little salute there from Briandi. He loved where she placed that ball. They sort of gave each other a high five from across the diamond. And now Shakira Aspiazu hits it to shortstop, and that will end the inning. So 1-0 Cuba after 1. We'll play 5. If we're tied after 5, we'll go to extra innings. And the way the day started, we didn't know we'd get all these 3-set games. We had a 2-0 win for South Africa over Australia. Those are 2 close games, 6-3 and 5-2. Then Chinese Taipei beat Mexico 4-0 and 2-1. And everything since that has been a 3 sets game. 4 in a row. We'll talk about them as we have some time between innings. There's a great one going on in the placement round, Lithuania and Tunisia. They're in the third set. Lithuania leads 2-0 in the third. Now it's hit on the ground. And the throw to first is in time. Ayano Kazuda out at first. So if Japan was putting this lineup together for their better offense, it hasn't showed up yet. Ripped up the middle.
Recovery play, not in time. So here comes some of the things that you've said before. Some throws you might not actually want to throw. You might not want to make some sort of plays.
Yeah.
Just to avoid that ball getting away, going past that fence, because that fence is probably just a little higher than waist level, so it will go past really easily.
Yeah.
Off of bounds, or even out of bounds, just sails right off.
There was a moment in the Venezuela game, actually, against France, where a throw from second base almost went over the fence. It was a throw that didn't need to be made. They got lucky, Venezuela did, because it hit the very top and stayed on the court. It's 100 centimeters tall. That's the official tournament regulation height.
Now we got runners on first and second with 1 out.
And Rokaku is going to bunt it on the right side. Runner coming home. Out at home plate. Awesome play by Cuba to keep the lead going to the bottom of the second inning.
Is out by far.
And that was a design play. Look how the runner never even slowed down. But Cuba plays that perfectly defensively. And Shun Mikami out at home.
Like we said, this is the third set. Both teams are trying their best to take this one.
Amador doesn't usually play the soft bump, the bunt, but he does there and gets on first. That's a great idea. Just change it up. You're always expecting him to hit hard, and I think that caught Japan by surprise.
Right. That was really close.
It always is. Isn't it wild how close it always is? Every base, all the time.
Oh, that's a foul. Looks like this second foul ball in a row for Briandi. So probably last at bat he comes up. It was pulled foul on the left side as well.
Wait for Amador to get back to first. 1 out. Here's Basabe. Out at second. Cuba's big hitters, the top three, they always like to pull it. They're not often going towards second base.
It almost feels like to me they're just aiming at that third baseman, hoping to go past him so they could make a single out of it.
That's Suji, who's, I think, been really good all tournament. One of the best defensive players all tournament.
Because Hala is going to do something different here.
Yeah, she goes the other way. And the force out at first ends the inning. 1 run for Cuba is all we've seen through the first 2 innings. Right now, the Super Round standings, Cuba and Japan tied at 2-0. Venezuela has 2 wins. Venezuela's 2-1. France and Chinese Taipei are both 1 and 2. They play next on Bauhinia Court. Mexico 0-3, still looking for that first win in the Super Round. Tomorrow, it's a shorter day. Today there's 12 games in total. Tomorrow, just 6. Everybody plays their last game either in the placement round or the Super Round. And a hard hit ball, a leadoff single. That was Suji.
Now we can start to see some smiles over at the Japan's dugout.
They're at their best when they're loose. We all are.
Right, definitely.
You know, it's just one of the truest things in life. When you stop trying so hard, good things happen. However, a mistake there and a double play. Kazuda popped it up. You see the facial expression. She knew that that was not what she meant to do.
Easy double play for Team Cuba. All of a sudden, give it all away. Got 2 outs at the top of the 3rd.
It's Mikami with the hit. Fake to throw there and fake to catch, Cuba. Amador bluffed the throw. Aspiazu fake to catch, trying to get the runner to advance.
Right.
See, look at that. She faked the tag even. But Shun Mikami realized there was no ball anywhere near him. And now grounded to 3rd. And that's it. Japan running out of time, but as long as the defense keeps playing well, they can stay close, down by 1 after 2.5. What a great game we have today.
And all these 3 sets are tight games.
Yeah.
Both teams are trying to get away early, away from each other. None of them happens. Shakira.
Piazzu leading off. Rokaku to first for the out. The 3-set game between Lithuania and Tunisia right now. We're looking at the standings. The winner of that one is probably going to finish in 7th place. It's a little too early to say for sure, but I think they were the 2 best teams that didn't make it to the Super Round, and so whoever wins that game, I think has a good chance to finish in 7th in the tournament. And that was a violation. Didn't get past the no-hit zone. Amador.
Looks like
Clearly.
It's not their day for Team Cuba today, making a few more violations than they used to. You seldom see Cuban players not making any great hits, just giving out automatic easy outs to the opponents, to the opposing team. And today, at least, we've seen 3 times that the Cuban hitters trying to hit it hard, but did not make it out to the court or just pulls foul.
This is hard up the middle, knocked down, underhand to first. Got him. 1-0. Could that be the final score of the tiebreaker 3rd set? That would really be something. Another great call. Isn't it amazing the officials, they just get it right. It's so close every time.
And it's even harder when you look at this is all on flat ground. It's not even a base up.
That's right.
The elevated service for the runner or for the officials to make a call is really, really hard. But so far they've been making great calls. Most of them are accurate.
Rokaku leading off in the Japan half of the 4th inning. Late innings now. Baseball 5 World Cup number 2. Safe for Rokaku, and that's the tying run on first.
Team Japan tends to go right after Amador, try to make him work, trying to exhaust him out a little, because he is one of the leadoff hitter for Team Cuba, and exhausting him and Briandi might give him a better chance beating this strong nation.
Haha, you saw Basabe make that call himself. You heard him make that call himself. Good job by the infield to hit the lead runner. Here's Ayano Kazuda. She hit into the double play last time, popped it up. Does not make that same mistake twice. Big time base hit. Lithuania just beat Tunisia 2-1 in the 3rd set. That was the final score. All 3 sets were decided by just 1 run.
Congratulations to Lithuania. That's a double play.
Oh, not a good time to hit it up the middle for Japan. And now Cuba is 3 outs away from staying unbeaten in World Cup history. Yes, they lost a set for the first time ever, But that's all right as long as they win the game. Shun Mikami, I'm surprised that he hit it up the middle because that's about the only way that double play gets turned. Obviously not the intent to hit it right on the second base bag, but you have to keep that in mind.
Round of applause to Amador. Almost every single play is involved.
Yeah, right?
And you can see him everywhere. The ball tends to just find him.
It's another similarity between
There
baseball
we go.
and softball. That's a nice
Uh-oh.
play. She's safe. It's a leadoff double. You don't see a lot of leadoff doubles.
It looks like that her foot slips around that bag while the Japanese players try to apply attack. Let's see if we have a closer look at it.
Just fair, just past the no-hit zone. That was a bad idea. He was waiting like it was baseball. If it went foul, that doesn't work in Baseball 5. It's just where the first bounce is that matters. The rest of the bounces don't matter. And now it's a problem. First and third, second and third. That's the little mistake. Tsuji waiting to see if that ball would go to... That's what allowed Gonzalez to go and turn it into a leadoff double.
Definitely Chikiro is taking advantage of this.
Yeah, you see the fielder looking across at the lead runner and lets her slip into second, and a good time for the timeout. This is where Cuba could pull away.
Like you said, Team Japan tends to save their timeout towards the end of the game and see if there's any situation coming up. And regather himself again. Getting ready to stop the Cuban team from scoring again.
Amador, line drive, gets through. I thought there was a chance to make a catch there, and Rokaku just couldn't squeeze it.
That ball was hit so hard, we can hear it all the way from the back.
2-0 Cuba, making their move down the stretch, pulling away. Briandi could make it 3-0 here. And he does. Out in second, but 3-0. Is that going to be enough for Cuba? 3 runs and counting. Only 1 out in the inning.
Got Basabe at the plate. Trying to do some more damage. Good runners on first.
Big, tall guy. Big wingspan. Nice defense up the middle. You gotta see your life flash before your eyes when that ball is coming right at you. That's very close, that distance there. You just have to close your eyes and pray for a moment.
We have seen players coming all the way up as well.
Yeah.
Even more far in front of the hitter.
Here's Gonzalez, who started the inning. What a great inning for Hyla Gonzalez.
That ball just got away from the second baseman and rolled back all the way to the fence. That makes the Cuban base runner advance to third. So Basabe is now on third, and Hyla Gonzalez at first.
I think she's had her best game right here. Saved it for the biggest moment. Aspiazu to third, and that will end the inning. 2 massive runs for Cuba. Japan must score 3 times in the 5th, or else it'll be another one in the win column for the reigning world champs. Doesn't it feel like the intensity has gone down a little bit since the beginning? Both teams, I think, were so amped up. I'm sure part of it is just fatigue, just being out there in the sun and giving all that energy. But
so far, both teams aren't making any substitutions.
No.
They're sticking with their winning formula. Hopefully that will bring the nations another win down here.
Now that you
Looks like
say
it
that,
is.
the official's going to go over, and here's going to
There
be
you go.
a substitution.
Lieda's coming in.
Right on cue. Lieta Zarcia. There's the defensive replacement. Gonzalez has done her job. She'd had some big hits today. 2 big hits in the 2-run bottom of the 4th inning. Japan, what's left? Here's Shima. He goes
Straight
right
to-
at the
right
new
at
player.
her.
Good idea. Just not quite in the game yet.
And on a side note, Lieda's might be one of the few tiny female players on this World Cup Baseball 5 here in Hong Kong.
Yeah, really not a lot of folks that size. Rokaku goes at her again.
Not a good idea.
Not at all. They get one. They get the out at second. What do you think? If you're coming up next, do you send it to third base again? Do you keep testing the same player?
I would probably do the same. But you're looking at the field.
Yeah, you got to see the alignment. It's Suji. Suji does go to third. That's a fair ball. And 2 runners on for Japan with only 1 out. Amador
Not happy.
thought that ball was foul.
I mean, but looking at the Cuban defensive players now, the other 4 of them are a little taller, a little bigger. They might have longer reach on their hands, or just 1 step to the left or right. And maybe that's one of the tactics that Team Japan is applying, going at the new player, definitely, and maybe a size smaller player, so she won't have that much of range on fielding. But then after a little meeting at the field, so the call stands, and this should be a fair ball.
And it is.
Coach from Cuba is still arguing.
Hey, keep in mind, it's not like baseball. It doesn't have to go all the way to the third base bag fair. It just needs to have that first bounce in the fair side between the no-hit line and the base. Or the wall, I guess, between the no-hit line and the wall.
And here comes runner on second. First, no outs. Getting the...
Ooh.
Wow.
Accidental collision there. And again, so much good sportsmanship.
Exactly.
All tournament.
It's nothing personal. It's just for the game of
Not
baseball.
at all. And this is it. Japan needs a hit to stay in this game, or else we will be watching another Cuba victory. Shun Mikami on the ground. Out at second. Cuba does it again. They lose the first set, but bounce back, and they win the tiebreaker with a shutout. 3-0. Japan
What a
came
fight from
close.
Japan.
We've been saying it all week. Somebody show us the way. They showed the way to beat Cuba 1 time. But there's just something about this team that they will not lose. So that's all we have for you from Bauhinia Court for now. But stick around, because in a little over an hour, we'll have our next game between Chinese Taipei and France.
And over at the other court, at the Asia World City Court, at 3:30, we'll have Australia playing against Hong Kong, China. So let's stay tuned, and we'll be back.
Hamasu, representing the home team of Cuba, Sano. The official from the match are the home place.
And this right here, the captain of Japan, she was actually a player and the coach of the team at the World Cup in 2022. Japan scores, takes a 1-0 lead in the first.
Catch by Team Cuba, third baseman. And now the ball finds him, tosses second. The same, runner advance. The ball got around. Japan scores again on the play. Makes it 3-0. Japan leads. We'll be back.
Two on, nobody out in the first inning for Japan. Rokoku with the bunt. They get the out and
Double tag and
no tag. So Japan takes the lead. Two in scoring position. Riandi gets to work. Knocked down. 1 run. 2 runs scores. 5-1. What an answer from Cuba.
This will be a huge one for Team Cuba if they get ahead early in this game.
It's a bunt play, and there we go. 1-0 Cuba. It was Gonzalez who put her team on the board. Riandi could make it 3-0 here. And he does. Out in second. But 3-0, is that going to be enough for Cuba? Because in a little over an hour, we'll have our next game between Chinese Taipei and France.